Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive. Long ago, in the ancient corridors of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, there lingered secrets older than stone and spells deeper than any dungeon. Some were sealed behind enchanted doors, others slumbered within forgotten tomes, but one secret, older than the Sorting Hat's first song, was hidden in the heart of Hufflepuff House itself. It was nearly midnight on a drizzly October evening when Orin Bellamy, a third-year Hufflepuff, tiptoed alone through the castle's lower halls. He was short for his age, with straw-colored hair and a curious gaze that often got him into trouble, or, as his head of house fondly claimed, opportunities to learn. Orin wasn't sneaking out for mischief or mooncalf watching. No, he'd heard something strange, a whisper in the stone, a hum in the floor beneath the Hufflepuff common room, like an echo from deep underground. That night, the whispers called again. The common room was warm and cheerful, filled with low chatter and the scent of cinnamon toast. Students lounged beside the round hearth under a ceiling of dangling ivy and dancing beeswax candles. But Orin paid them no mind. His attention was fixed on the flagstone floor near the portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, the founder whose bronze eyes seemed to watch him a little too closely tonight. He waited until the last of the students had drifted off to bed. The fire dimmed. Only the soft flicker of candlelight remained, casting gentle shadows on the honey-colored stones. Alone at last, Orin knelt where the whispering had grown loudest. He pressed his ear to the cool stone. There, beneath the floor, it sang, not in words, but in pulses, like the thrum of a giant heart. Something was down there. Orin fetched his wand, tapped the floor, and whispered, "Revelio." At first, nothing happened, but then a seam of golden light split the floor in two, outlining a hidden trapdoor no one had ever seen, at least not in centuries. The portrait of Helga flickered in the corner of his eye, and he thought, just for a moment, that she smiled. Heart thundering, Orin reached forward and lifted the stone panel. Dust and cobwebs billowed into the air. A narrow spiral staircase spiraled into the darkness below. The whispering grew louder now, almost like singing. He hesitated only a moment before stepping inside. The trapdoor shut behind him with a soft click. Torch sconces along the wall lit one by one as he descended, casting an amber glow on the mossy stones. The staircase wound deeper than the castle's dungeons, beneath even the level where the house-elves worked their magic. Finally, Orin emerged into a small chamber carved from living rock. In the center stood a pedestal. Upon it rested an old scroll sealed with yellow wax, marked by the ancient sigil of Hufflepuff, a badger encircled by leaves of thyme and chamomile. The air smelt of earth and age, and though no wind stirred, the flames danced wildly. Orin approached the scroll. His hand trembled as he reached out. The wax seal cracked with a sudden snap, and a gust of unseen wind blew through the chamber, snuffing the torches and plunging him into darkness. Then a voice spoke. Blood calls to blood. The air stirs at last. Orin gasped, stumbling back. The scroll unrolled itself in mid-air, glowing softly in the dark. Its script was ancient, but the words shifted and shimmered into English as he watched. To the one born of hearth and heart, whose soul is stitched with kindness, who bears my blood, though knows it not. I bequeath my legacy of light. There was more. A map drawn in golden ink, showing a place beneath Hogwarts that didn't appear on any marauder's map or in any class lesson. It was labeled the Keeper's Vault. Before Orin could read further, a deep rumble echoed through the stone, shaking the chamber. The scroll rolled itself shut and zipped into his hands. The torches relit with a hiss. Something ancient had been awakened. He raced back up the stairs, scroll clutched tightly. But when he emerged, the common room was not as he left it. The hearth was cold, the candles extinguished, and in the shadows, something moved. Something with glowing, golden eyes. Orin stood frozen as a low growl filled the room. Then came a shape, long, feline, and cloaked in mist. A spectral badger, massive and menacing, emerged from the wall. It hissed once and charged. Just as it leapt, a voice rang out. "Protego Maxima!" A shimmering shield sprang between Orin and the beast. The phantom badger struck it and burst into a cloud of smoke. Orin turned. Standing at the stairwell was Marla Linwood, her wand raised and her night robes tangled around her legs. "What in Merlin's name was that?" she whispered, lowering her wand. Orin held up the scroll. "I think I just found out I'm related to Helga Hufflepuff." Marla blinked. "You what?" And the whispers in the walls began again. The next morning broke gray and uneasy, with a wind that rattled the windows and made the very turrets of Hogwarts seem to shiver. Orin Bellamy sat at the Hufflepuff table in the great hall, a half-eaten slice of toast trembling in his fingers. The events of the night before haunted him still, the glowing scroll, the underground chamber, and most of all the spectral badger that had nearly bowled him over. Across from him, Marla Linwood nibbled at her porridge, eyes fixed on him with a gaze both sharp and curious. "You haven't said a word since we got back to the dormitory," she murmured, keeping her voice low so the others wouldn't hear. "What does the scroll say, exactly? And don't give me more of that 'I'm not sure' nonsense. You've read it twice now." Orin glanced around. Most of the students were still preoccupied with breakfast chatter and the appearance of an enchanted flock of miniature broomsticks flitting over the Gryffindor table. Even Professor Sprout looked distracted, fussing with her mug of nettle tea and a small earthen pot filled with squirming puppapods. Repeatedly, it said, "I'm of Helga's bloodline," Orin replied in a hushed voice. "That there's something called the Keeper's Vault beneath the school, and that I'm meant to unlock it, but I don't even know what's in it, or why that thing attacked me." Marla frowned, her spoon clinking against the side of her bowl. A badger guardian. It was protecting something, probably the vault. You activated old magic, Orin, maybe blood magic. Founder's enchantments are some of the oldest spells in the school. Well, whatever it was, it didn't like me, Orin muttered. He pulled the scroll from beneath his robes just enough for Marla to glimpse the edge of the golden sigil. and I don't like the idea of going anywhere near that chamber again, especially not alone." "You won't be," Marla said firmly. "We're going to need help." It was just before lunch when they tracked down Tom Dawlish, a lanky Gryffindor known as much for his talent and disillusionment charms as for being caught red-handed in every one of his pranks. He was lounging near the third-floor corridor, attempting to enchant a suit of armor to perform ballet. His spell backfired. Again, and the armor kicked him soundly in the shin. Ow, right in the kneecap. Who hexes a shin bone, honestly? Oh, hello there, Bellamy. Linwood. Come to admire my artistry? We need your help, Marla said without preamble. Something stirring beneath Hogwarts. Orin produced the scroll and explained everything, quietly, quickly, and without embellishment. To his surprise, Tom didn't laugh. His mischievous eyes narrowed. A secret Hufflepuff vault? Hidden by Helga herself? Mate, that's ancient, forbidden, and very much against school rules. I'm in. Did you hear the part about the spectral monster trying to tear us apart? Orin asked incredulously. Sounds like Tuesday, Tom said with a shrug. Besides, I like the idea of you being a secret heir. Adds a bit of prestige to our drab old house, doesn't it? With their trio reluctantly formed, they made plans to return to the chamber that night. But Hogwarts had other ideas. Strange things were happening. Suits of armor along the west wing marched in circles with no command. The grand staircase refused to settle, constantly shifting as though trying to prevent students from reaching certain floors. And worst of all, the portraits, particularly those of the founders, began whispering among themselves whenever Orin passed. By the time night fell, the castle felt colder, heavier, as though it too was waiting. When the common room emptied once more, the trio gathered. Orin opened the trapdoor, and one by one they descended the spiral steps. The torches still lit themselves with that amber glow, and the stone chamber below remained untouched, as though no time had passed at all. This time they examined the walls more closely. Carvings etched into the stone depicted scenes long lost to history. Helga Hufflepuff raising her wand over a field of golden grain, a small boy at her side with a badger carved upon his cloak, and finally a sealed vault with 12 runes arrayed in a circle. Marla traced one of the runes with her wand. It flared briefly. These are protection sigils, old ones. They're keyed to blood and intention. And look here, Tom called from the pedestal. There's a second scroll, must have been hidden under the first. They gathered round as Tom broke the wax seal. The parchment crackled as it unfurled. It bore a single line, etched in faded gold. The vault shall open to the worthy, but worth must be proven, not claimed. Beneath the words, 12 sigils shimmered, the same as those carved on the wall. A challenge, then. A test. Marla spoke first. We'll need to activate each rune somehow, probably by demonstrating something. Hufflepuff was all about loyalty, hard work, kindness. Maybe those values are part of it. Tom grinned. If one of the runes is for mischief, I've got that covered. They laughed. Briefly, but the moment was broken by a second rumble. The chamber shook, dust falling from the ceiling. The wall opposite them shimmered and a new doorway appeared, arched in runes, dark as the void. Beyond it, a staircase descended even deeper. Marla took a steadying breath. Well, Looks like the first challenge is waiting. Orin held up the scroll, his voice steady despite the quickening of his heart. We go together. And so they passed through the archway, the stone ceiling behind them like a tomb door closing. Beneath the castle, the path of the air had begun, and the tests of the vault were stirring at last. The air grew colder as they descended, the kind of cold that crept through wool and bone alike, ancient and watchful. The steps beneath their feet were narrower than before, worn smooth by ages past. None of them spoke. The only sound was the soft shuffle of shoes on stone and the occasional flicker of torchlight, which seemed to flare brighter each time one of them stumbled or hesitated. At last, the staircase gave way to a chamber unlike the one above. This room was circular, domed at the ceiling and vast in size, as though it had been hollowed from the belly of the earth itself. Along the curved walls were the 12 sigils from the scroll, carved into tall slabs of obsidian. In the center of the chamber stood a raised platform surrounded by 3 rings of gold, and on the platform, silent and unmoving, was a figure carved from bronze, shaped in the image of Helga Hufflepuff herself. She wore long robes that shimmered faintly in the torchlight, and one hand rested on the head of a badger at her feet. The other pointed outward, not to any sigil in particular, but to the room itself. Her eyes, though metal, seemed almost aware, and it was Orin who first stepped toward her, scroll in hand. The moment he did, a great humming filled the air, soft and low like the murmur of 1,000 distant voices. The 12 sigils along the wall glowed, one by one, beginning with the one directly across from the statue. A panel slid open beneath it, revealing a dark passageway lined with vines and flickering golden orbs. Above the entrance, in curved lettering, was inscribed a single word. Marla stepped beside him, brows drawn. It's as we thought. Each challenge is bound to one of the house values. If we want to open the vault, we have to prove ourselves worthy of all 12. Tom peered down the newly revealed passage. That's not just a hallway. That's a test. None of them questioned who should go first. It was Orin's blood that had stirred the chamber. It would be he who faced the first trial. He stepped forward, heart pounding, and passed through the threshold. Marla and Tom made to follow, but the moment Orin crossed the archway, a wall of golden light flared up between them, sealing him off from view. Inside, the air was warm and sweet, filled with the scent of clover and heather. The passage opened into a long, grassy field beneath an enchanted sky, filled with drifting clouds and a soft, golden sun. But this peace was broken almost immediately. Before him stood a tall hedge, its branches twisted and twitching, and within it, barely visible through the gaps, were flickers of movement. Whispers drifted through the air, not from any person, but from the hedge itself. They were cruel, unsettling. He doesn't belong here. He isn't worthy. Hufflepuff's name will crumble with him. Orin gripped the scroll tighter. The path ahead was uncertain, but he pressed forward. As he stepped into the maze, the entrance sealed shut behind him. At first, the way was easy, the path smooth and dry. But the further he walked, the more the hedge seemed to change, growing thorny and wild. Shadows slithered through the vines. Orin soon realized that he wasn't walking a physical path alone. He was reliving moments, trials of loyalty. The first vision struck him like a wave. he stood suddenly not in the maze, but back in the Hufflepuff common room, second year, the day he had broken his best friend Nolan's wand by accident. Nolan had begged him to admit it to Professor Sprout, but Orin, frightened and ashamed, had said nothing. In the vision, Nolan stared at him with those same hurt eyes, repeating his old words. "I trusted you, Orin. Why didn't you say anything?" Orin reached out, the air thick with regret. "I was scared," he whispered. "But I should have been loyal to you, not just to myself." The vision shimmered and faded. The hedge rustled approvingly. He continued on. The second trial came swiftly. This time he found himself standing at the edge of the forbidden forest, watching as two older students from Slytherin cast hexes at a frightened third-year Hufflepuff girl, laughing cruelly. He remembered this moment vividly. He had hidden behind a tree, paralyzed by fear, convincing himself it wasn't his problem. But now, faced again with that memory, he stepped out. "Leave her alone," he shouted. "She hasn't done anything to you." The vision responded. The Slytherins vanished like smoke, and the girl gave him a tearful smile before disappearing with the breeze. The hedge parted. One final test awaited. Orin stepped into a glade where the statue of Helga stood again, though this time she was not made of bronze. She was real, or something close to it, spectral and glowing, her kind face grave. "A true heir does not claim title by blood," she said softly. "He earns it by standing for those who cannot stand alone. Are you loyal, child?" "I want to be," Orin said, his voice steady. "Not just to those I care about. To anyone who needs it." Helga smiled. "Then remember this. Loyalty is not submission. It is strength tempered by choice." She vanished, and the sigil for loyalty blazed on the wall behind him. The golden wall dropped. Orin stumbled back into the central chamber where Marla and Thom waited. His face was pale, his breathing uneven, but in his eyes burned a new fire. "Well," Thom said, clapping him on the shoulder, "you look like you've walked through a mountain and came out the other side." "I did," Orin replied quietly. "And it's only the first one." One sigil lit fully, shining bright and warm. 11 remained, and deep in the stone beneath them, something stirred. Watching, waiting, weighing. The second sigil to glow was compassion. It pulsed gently beside the entrance it concealed, softer than the stern flare of loyalty, but no less demanding. When the wall of stone ground open with a deep groan, it revealed a narrow archway filled with golden mist and the faint sound of weeping. This time Marla stepped forward without hesitation. "I'll go," she said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "If the test is about understanding others, I'll find my way through it." Orton looked at her, uncertain. "Are you sure? That last one wasn't easy." She gave a slight smile, though her eyes were serious. "I'm a Ravenclaw. I know my way through mazes, even the ones in people's hearts." With that, she passed into the mist, which closed behind her like a drawn curtain. The light of the chamber dimmed slightly, as though even the statues were holding their breath. The passage opened into a silent, snow-covered glen beneath a sky that flickered between dusk and dawn. Thin birch trees swayed gently around the edge of the space, their branches laced with frost. Marla stepped forward, the crunch of her boots muffled beneath the strange quiet. The air was not cold despite the snow, but there was a weight to it, a sadness that hung like a veil. In the center of the glen sat a child, knees drawn to his chest, face hidden behind his arms. He wore a Hogwarts cloak far too large for his shoulders, and beside him rested a wand, broken neatly in two. Marla approached slowly. "Are you all right?" she asked, kneeling down. The boy did not lift his head. "They said I didn't belong," he whispered. "They said I was nothing, that I should go back to the Muggle world." Marla felt a sting in her heart. The familiar ache of loneliness echoed in someone else. She had felt it herself during her first year, when she'd spoken up too quickly in charms and had been mocked for being a know-it-all by students who didn't understand her hunger to learn. But it was more than just memory. This glen was pressing on her mind, drawing out the old ache and magnifying it. She reached out gently. "You do belong. You have magic. That's enough. And people who say otherwise are wrong." The child shook his head. "I broke my wand. I was trying to fix a clock tower. My dad loved clocks. I thought he'd be proud. But it exploded. Everyone ran. No one helped me." Marla didn't look at the wand. She didn't tell him it could be mended. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him, warm and steady. "Then let's sit here together until you're ready to try again." The wind stirred, the glen shimmered. The child vanished like morning mist, leaving only the broken wand behind, now mended, lying straight and whole in the snow. Marla picked it up. When she turned, the glen was gone. The second trial had not been about fixing others, but being with them, offering presence, not solution. She walked back through the mist, emerging into the chamber pale and quiet, but with a new light behind her eyes. "I didn't do anything special," she said softly. "I just listened." "That's enough," Orin replied. The sigil for compassion flared to life beside loyalty. 10 remained. They turned to Tom. He looked between the glowing symbols and raised an eyebrow. "Well, I suppose it's my turn then." His eyes scanned the remaining sigils. "Oh, splendid. This one's next." The word above the third archway, now alight, was courage. He sighed with mock exhaustion. "Of course it is. Let's see what noble fate awaits me then." With a wink at Orin and Marla, he vanished through the third archway, and the light sealed behind him. The passage was dark at first, pitch black, the kind of dark that swallowed even the outline of one's own hands. But after a few steps, flames flared to life in brackets along the walls, lighting a long stone bridge suspended over a chasm so deep the bottom was invisible. The bridge looked narrow, and halfway across it, stone crumbled and hung in jagged pieces, as though a blast had shattered its middle. Tom whistled softly. "Oh, joy." He began to walk, slow and steady. Halfway across, just where the bridge fractured, a voice called out from the darkness, "Help me, please, someone. I've fallen." The voice was thin, desperate. Tom knelt at the broken edge and peered over. A student clung to a jut of stone below the gap, his robes tattered, his wand nowhere in sight. The student looked up with frightened eyes. "I don't know how I got here. I don't know the spell to get out." Tom cursed under his breath. The student was a good 2 meters down, too far to reach by hand. The stones around the gap were loose. A bad jump would send both of them tumbling into the void. It was a trap, that much was clear. The test was not the fall. It was the decision. He took a deep breath and removed his cloak, tying it around the bridge post. He lowered himself slowly, inch by inch, until he was close enough to reach the student's hand. "All right, mate," he said through gritted teeth. "This is going to be stupid, and I don't recommend you tell anyone I did it. But hold on." He grabbed the student's wrist and heaved. The weight was more than he'd expected. His grip slipped once, but he held on, and together they tumbled onto the stone, coughing and panting. When Tom looked up again, the chasm was gone. They were standing in the center of a stone platform surrounded by empty air. The student had vanished. A voice echoed above him. "Bravery is not loud. It is not proud. It is choosing to act in fear and folly both." The bridge reformed beneath his feet, and Tom made his way back. He entered the chamber with dust on his hands and a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Turns out I do have a noble bone in my body." The sigil for courage lit beside the others. 3 tests completed, 9 more to go. But now the chamber began to change. The statue of Helga moved for the first time, turning ever so slightly to face them. Her bronze features were solemn, and the badger at her feet snarled softly, though not at them. Above, the ceiling shimmered, and a new sound entered the chamber. The slow beat of wings, distant, echoing. Something ancient had stirred. The challenges were only the beginning, and not all the trials ahead would be so willing to test the heart. The next morning came cold and colorless. Outside the enchanted windows of the great hall, rain lashed the stone panes, and low clouds swirled like misty beasts over the turrets of the castle. None of the students seated at the house tables seemed to notice anything amiss, but Orin, Marla, and Tom sat huddled at the Hufflepuff end, their plates untouched, their voices low. They had slipped back into bed before dawn, after completing the 3rd trial, and though no teacher had seemed aware of their disappearance, each of them bore the marks of a night spent in places no other student knew existed. Marla's robes were still speckled with frost. Tom's boots were crusted with stone dust, and Orin's fingers kept drifting back to the scroll tucked safely inside his robes, as though afraid it might vanish if left unchecked. "We can't keep doing this every night," Marla said, her voice quiet but insistent. "We're going to get caught. Sooner or later, one of the portraits or ghosts is going to notice, or the staircases will trap us." "Let them try," Tom muttered, stabbing his fork into a slice of toast with unnecessary force. "We've already braved a haunted maze, a ghostly glen, and a bottomless pit. What's a few enchanted stairs?" Orin gave a tired smile. "Still, she's right. We need a plan. We have no idea what the next sigil will require, or how dangerous it might be." As if answering his thoughts, the scroll within his robes grew warm. He drew it out under the table and unrolled it just enough to read the newest change. The ink had shifted again, the 4th sigil now aglow with faint silver light. Above it, in narrow script, was written a single word: wisdom. Marla looked up, her brow furrowed. "That one's mine." "You sure?" asked Orin. She nodded. "If these tests are drawn from the values of the founder, then this one won't be about reciting facts or winning at wizard chess. It'll be about choosing knowledge over fear, or truth over comfort. And if it's riddles," Tom added, "will be useless without you." That night, when the last torch in the Hufflepuff corridor flickered out and the sounds of sleep fell over the castle, the trio returned once more to the secret chamber beneath the floor. The statue of Helga awaited them, and the 3 glowing sigils pulsed in rhythm like a heartbeat deep within the stone. As before, the newly lit sigil flared, and a passage opened beneath it, framed in silver and sapphire. Without a word, Marla stepped forward, the mist closing behind her. The tunnel led not into stone, but into a grand circular library unlike any Marla had seen before, even more wondrous than the restricted section. Towering shelves spiraled upward into darkness, filled with tomes bound in dragonhide and moon-ink vellum. Floating candles drifted between the rows, casting a pale light. At the center of the library stood a great desk shaped like an hourglass, upon which sat 3 objects: a book with a blank cover, a single black quill, and a sealed glass orb. A voice filled the air, calm and ancient. "Choose one, Marla Linwood. One object will guide you to the truth. One will cloud your judgment. One will lead you into peril." Marla approached cautiously. She examined the items without touching. The orb pulsed with a swirling light that seemed to draw her in. The quill twitched on its own as if eager to write. The book lay quiet, unopened. She closed her eyes. "If the test is wisdom," she whispered, "then it isn't about guessing. It's about learning how to ask." She tapped the desk lightly. "I don't need to choose all at once. I choose the book." The cover dissolved at her touch, revealing blank pages that began to fill with ink, curling into elegant script. Wisdom is not the absence of error, but the strength to seek truth even when it wounds. "Continue?" "Yes," she said. The words faded. A question appeared. "You may save 1 person but lose 5. Or save 5 but lose 1 whom you love. What do you choose?" Marla's chest tightened. It wasn't a question meant to be solved. It was meant to be faced. "I would save the 5, she said, "even if it broke me." The words vanished again. Another followed. "The truth you seek will change you. Knowledge may bring sorrow. Proceed?" She hesitated but nodded. "Yes." The quill lifted into the air and scribbled furiously onto the pages. The orb cracked with a ringing sound, but no harm came. Instead, a soft light spread from within, and the chamber dissolved around her. She stood again in the circle of shelves, but now the books whispered. Their titles glowed faintly. Helga Hufflepuff's voice filled the air again. "Wisdom is not cleverness. It is humility before truth. You have chosen well." The sigil for wisdom burned silver, and the path opened once more. When Marla returned, her eyes were distant, as if she had seen 100 things and was still sorting through them. She sat beside her friends and exhaled deeply. Depression. "I answered a question I've feared for years," she murmured. "And I'm still afraid, but I don't regret it." Tom handed her a square of honeycomb from his pocket. "Sounds like you passed, with 4 sigils burning bright on the walls: loyalty, compassion, courage, and wisdom." The chamber grew warmer, but above them the ceiling shifted again, and from its depths came not the sound of wings this time, but a deep, slow scratching, like claws over slate. A new trial was awakening, and this time it would not offer words, only silence. The scratching continued long after Marla had returned, subtle at first, but soon growing more distinct, sharp and deliberate, like something pacing just beyond the stone, testing the edge of the enchantments that held it back. Oren, Marla, and Tom stood motionless in the center of the chamber, their eyes fixed upon the domed ceiling above as dust drifted lazily from its seams. The scroll trembled slightly in Oren's hands. He unrolled it once more, though he knew what he would see even before the ink finished its shifting. The 5th sigil had awakened, glowing red gold like banked embers, and beside it was etched the next word: patience. At this, Tom let out a groan. I'd have preferred audacity or improvisation. Patience sounds like sitting in a cupboard for 6 hours while a ghoul recites its memoirs. Marla, who had only just found her voice again after the trial of wisdom, managed a faint smile. It may not be as flashy as courage or as noble as compassion, but I think it might be harder. Oren said nothing. The warmth of the scroll had now seeped into his palm, a pulse against his skin, as if the enchantment recognized the path ahead was his to walk. Without waiting for argument, he stepped towards the newly opened archway. It was lower than the others, its keystone carved with a single closed eye. The moment he crossed the threshold, the light behind him vanished, and a new silence swallowed him whole. The corridor narrowed to a crawl space, and then opened into a small chamber no larger than a garden shed, lit only by the dull red glow of a single hovering flame. The air was thick and unmoving, and the walls bore no inscription, no carvings, nothing to hint at a task or trial, just a solitary stone bench in the center, and the echo of something breathing very slowly in the dark. Oren approached cautiously. As he did, the door through which he had come sealed shut without a sound. A voice whispered through the stillness, not aloud, but within his mind. "Sit. Wait. Endure." Oren did as instructed. He sat on the stone bench, his fingers clasped tightly in his lap. At first there was nothing. No change, no riddle, no enemy to face. Merely silence and the faint rasp of his own breath. Minutes passed, or perhaps hours. There was no way to tell. The flame above him flickered now and then, and once it nearly went out, plunging the room into a shadow so deep he thought he had gone blind. He wrestled with his own thoughts, which grew louder in the quiet. What if he had misunderstood the task? What if the trial was over already, and he had failed by sitting still? What if the others were waiting for him outside, thinking he had run or been taken? But no voice answered. No sign was given. The air grew colder. Oren's muscles began to ache from stillness. His mind wandered to the first night he had heard the whispering under the floor, to the strange moment when he had realized something was calling him. not just anyone. He thought of Helga Hufflepuff and her values, not just the bright cheer of the house she had built, but the discipline that underpinned it. Patience was not passivity, it was endurance. Quiet and powerful, he forced himself to breathe slowly. The silence was not his enemy. It was the test. When the flame dimmed again, this time it revealed something. Etched on the floor beneath the bench, which had been hidden in darkness until now, were words carved deep into the stone. The impatient strike before the time is ripe, the wise wait and watch, the strong bend but do not break. He closed his eyes. He would wait, as long as he must. The flame extinguished. Darkness engulfed the chamber. The silence deepened until it was almost a pressure on his ears. Yet Oren did not rise, did not speak, did not seek escape. He simply waited. When the flame returned, it was no longer red but white, clear and bright. The chamber warmed. The door opened soundlessly. No voice gave approval, no figure applauded. But as Oren stepped back into the central hall, the sigil for patience flared to life beside the others, steady as a heartbeat. He looked older somehow, not in years, but in bearing. His shoulders squared, his gaze steadier. Tom clapped him on the back. "Merlin's beard, that took an age. What was it, a talking puzzle box?" Oren shook his head. "Nothing, just time." Marla gave him a searching look and said nothing. She understood. Now 5 sigils burned. The chamber, once cool and silent, had begun to hum with a low, rhythmic vibration. The statue of Helga turned again, subtly, her hand now raised just slightly higher than before. Dust drifted from her bronze robes, and the badger at her feet no longer seemed entirely still. Its eyes glinted faintly with reflected torchlight, as though watching. Before they could gather their thoughts, the 6th sigil lit without warning. A blue-green light filled the space, casting long shadows across the stone. The word that emerged made them all stiffen. Sacrifice. Tom's expression sobered at once. "Now that," he said quietly, "is a word I don't like on glowing stones in hidden vaults." Marla turned to Oren, her voice measured. "We knew this wouldn't be easy, but we need to be careful. Sacrifice can mean 100 things, and not all of them fair," added Tom. Oren looked at the sigil, then at the statue. For the first time he felt a chill not from the chamber but from within. Yet even so, he nodded. "We go on," and somewhere beneath their feet the scratching gave way to breathing. The archway to the 6th trial was different from all the others. There were no glowing runes, no swirling mist, no gentle hum of magic to beckon them forward. Instead, it stood in perfect stillness, the stone lintel above it unadorned. The passage beyond, dark as pitch, yet the sigil for sacrifice burned with an unwavering blue-green flame, a color not warm nor cold, but something between, a shade that made Oren's skin prickle and Tom shift uneasily beside him. None of them spoke at first. There was a weight to that word, an ancient heaviness that settled in their bones and made them hesitate. It wasn't like courage, where one braced for danger, or wisdom, where one braced for truth. Sacrifice implied loss, Not a lesson to be learned, but a price to be paid. "I'll go," Oren said at last, before either of the others could speak. "This started with me. I have to see it through." Marla looked as though she wanted to protest, but she held her tongue. Tom folded his arms and gave a slow nod. "Just don't trade your life for a lock and a legend. Whatever this trial is, it can't be worth more than you." Oren didn't answer. He stepped through the archway, and the stone sealed behind him. At first, the passage seemed like any other, but as he walked, the air began to change. It grew warmer, heavy with the scent of old parchment and wildflowers, smells that reminded him of home. A light appeared ahead, and when he reached it, he found himself standing not in a chamber of stone, but in a sun-dappled field edged with tall trees and golden grass. It was familiar. He turned slowly, and there they were, his parents, standing beneath an old oak tree just as they had looked the summer before he had come to Hogwarts. His mother wore the same sun hat she always did when tending the garden, her smile gentle and kind. His father had his sleeves rolled up and a dirt smudge on his chin, as though he'd been working with the broom shed again. They didn't look surprised to see him. His mother raised a hand and waved. "Come sit, love," she called. "We've brought raspberry scones, just the way you like them." Oren stood rooted. This wasn't real. He knew it. And yet, he could smell the scones, could hear the crinkle of paper as his father folded up the prophet and set it aside. His heart twisted. Every part of him ached to run to them, to fall into the familiar warmth of their arms and forget the stone and the scroll and the vault beneath his feet. But then the wind changed. The oak tree rustled, and a second voice spoke, not one he recognized, but deep and resonant like a bell in a distant tower. "This is what you must surrender. The comfort of certainty. The safety of the known." Oren turned. The field had shifted. Behind him now stood a second path, narrow and dark, winding through trees that seemed to whisper. At the end of that path, barely visible, was a door, the same one from the scroll's map, the final gate of the vault. "You may stay," the voice continued, "and the trials will end, or walk forward and lose what is behind you. You cannot have both." Oren looked back once more. His parents hadn't moved. They were smiling, calling for him, offering a place at the picnic, a summer without endings, a life without burdens. But he knew what it was now. Not a lie, a choice. "I love you," he whispered, and he turned away. With each step into the shadowed path, the field behind him faded, not violently, but slowly, like a dream slipping from memory. By the time he reached the door, the light was gone. He stood alone. When he opened the door, he emerged into the central chamber. Marla and Tom ran to meet him, but the look on his face silenced them. "I had to let them go," he said softly. "Not forever, just the idea of them, the idea of safety. I had to give that up." Marla put her hand on his arm. "You did the right thing." The sigil for sacrifice lit in full, and the light it cast was softer than the others, but deeper. It seemed to sink into the stone itself. The chamber was quiet again, but it was no longer still. The statue of Helga had turned fully to face them, her bronze features grave, one hand now raised toward the remaining sigils, as though beckoning the path onward. The badger at her feet gleamed with quiet fury, its mouth slightly open as if preparing to growl. And above them, for the first time, the dome cracked. It was not a large crack, not yet, but it echoed like a whip through the air, and the scratching they had once heard now returned, louder and nearer. Something was coming, something old and buried. The seventh sigil flared before they could speak. This one pulsed with a color hard to name, a dusky violet that flickered like candlelight. Oren's eyes fixed on it, and the scroll shimmered with a new word, honesty. He turned to the others, and though he spoke with calm, his voice held a trace of weariness. This one isn't mine, not this time. Marla drew a steady breath. Then I'll go. They stood before the archway, and behind them the great stone doors of the chamber rumbled faintly in their sockets, as if the vault itself were breathing. 7 trials completed. 5 remained, but now, at last, the vault had begun to stir. Marla stepped through the 7th archway without a word. She did not look back at Tom or Oren, nor did she pause when the passage behind her closed with a sound like a sigh. The air shifted as it always did in these trials, replacing it with something stranger, damp parchment, autumn leaves, and the faintest trace of peppermint. She walked forward slowly, her wand drawn though unlit, until she stepped into a chamber that shimmered like starlight on water. The space was unlike the others. It was neither glen nor hall nor maze. It resembled a classroom, but not one from Hogwarts. This room had no desks or chalkboards, only floating mirrors suspended in mid-air. They turned slowly on their axes, and in each of them was a reflection. Not of Marla as she was, but as she might have been. In one she wore Slytherin robes, her face set in a cold sneer. In another she stood among Ravenclaws, applauded for a magical invention she had never truly created. A third showed her walking through Diagon Alley, older, taller, yet somehow hollow-eyed, her wand limp in her hand, and her gaze unfocused. She approached one of the mirrors, and it turned to meet her gaze. A voice, high and precise, echoed from the shadows. It was her voice, but twisted, as though spoken by someone else wearing her face. Truth is not what we tell others, it said. It is what we dare to admit to ourselves. Marla stepped back. The chamber darkened, and the mirrors began to close in, slowly forming a circle around her. Their images shifted with each step she took. Scenes of small betrayals, whispered gossip, times she had claimed cleverness for something someone else had found first. The mirror to her left showed her snapping at Oren in first year, dismissing his questions as childish. She remembered it clearly, how she had been frustrated, tired, and proud. She had never apologized. Another mirror flickered with an image of her concealing a broken charm during a third-year project, letting a classmate take the blame when it had nearly singed their eyebrows off. Each mirror held a truth. Not all great sins, no dark marks or betrayals of country, but small truths, ones that pressed against the conscience like pebbles in a shoe, ones that were easy to forget, but never fully gone. The voice spoke again. You who seek to pass must name what you fear in yourself, not aloud, but truly. Marla closed her eyes. She thought of all the ways she had wanted to be admired, respected, even feared, how much she had built her identity on being right, on being the best, and how she had shaped her words like weapons when she felt threatened. She thought of the way she had sometimes helped only when it would be noticed, spoken only when she could win. "I'm afraid of being invisible," she whispered, though the voice had said she needn't speak. "That if I am not brilliant, I am nothing." The mirrors fell still. One by one they began to fade, their glass growing misted and then vanishing like smoke. The chamber did not brighten, but the pressure in the air lifted, and the scent of peppermint grew stronger. In their place appeared a single small mirror, no larger than a handheld looking-glass, and it bore her reflection as she was now, thoughtful, tired, but honest. She took it. The archway opened, and she returned to the central chamber. Tom and Orrin turned to her as she crossed the threshold, but said nothing. She looked down at the mirror in her hand and then quietly placed it on the floor beneath the glowing sigil. It disappeared into the stone as though swallowed by the castle itself. The seventh sigil flared. Marla gave a small nod. "The hardest truths," she said softly, "are the ones we think are too small to matter." Now, only 5 trials remained. The statue of Helga had begun to shift more visibly. Her eyes, once blank bronze, now glimmered faintly with light, and the badger at her feet had risen to all 4s. The stone around them was trembling more often, the air thickening as though magic itself was folding inward. The dome above their heads bore another crack, and from behind it came the soft patter of something that was not rain. The 8th sigil blazed without pause. Its color was deepest green, like the leaves of a yew tree at dusk. The word beside it burned with a steady light, cold and sharp. Discipline. This time Tom stepped forward. "Right," he muttered, cracking his knuckles. "Time to do the one thing I'm famously awful at." Marla gave him a look. "You're not undisciplined, Tom. You're distracted." He gave her a crooked smile. "Close enough." He vanished through the 8th archway, and the wall sealed behind him. Like all the others, the room he entered was empty, emptier than any he had seen before. 4 walls, a ceiling, a floor of gray stone. No door, no symbols, no instructions. Just a circle of light on the ground. As he stepped into it, the voice came, not spectral or ancient, but firm and clear, like a teacher on the first day of class. "Stand. Do not speak, do not move, until the time is done." The circle flared once and began to shrink. Tom stood. For a while it was simple. He stared at the opposite wall, counted cracks in the floor, thought about Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and what precisely had made the last one taste of damp socks. He rehearsed a dozen different excuses he might use if a professor caught him on his way back through the halls. He wondered if the founders had ever imagined their legacy would include secret vaults with dramatic lighting. But after a time, the circle narrowed further. It brushed against his heels. A breeze stirred the air, warm, like a fire had been lit nearby. The voice did not return, but Tom felt the heat begin to build. Sweat gathered at the back of his neck. His legs ached. His jaw itched to move. He thought of sitting down, of stepping backward, but the voice echoed again in his mind. Discipline is not obedience, it is mastery of the self. So he breathed, he focused, he stood. When the circle had shrunk to the size of a knut, when the heat threatened to make him faint, the light vanished, the walls faded, and he was alone once more in darkness. And then he was back. He stumbled into the central chamber, his face flushed, his robes clinging to his back. But he stood tall. His eyes were steady. "Never," he said. "Make me do that again." The 8th sigil flared. 4 trials remained. The dome above them cracked again, louder this time. Dust rained from above. Something massive stirred behind the stone, and the breath of the vault, once slow and sleeping, had begun to quicken. The clock was turning. The stone beneath their feet no longer felt entirely solid. With each completed trial, the floor trembled more frequently, as though the very foundations of the chamber were reacting to the magic unraveled within. Dust trickled from the cracks high above, and the once immobile statue of Helga Hufflepuff now leaned subtly forward, her bronze eyes fixed not on the next trial's archway, but on Orin himself. The scroll in his hand fluttered faintly, though no wind stirred the chamber. When he unrolled it, the 9th sigil shone with a warm, golden hue, and beside it gleamed a single word, etched in curling script. Forgiveness. No one spoke at first. It was not a word that conjured clear images, not like courage or wisdom. Forgiveness was quiet and slippery, and far more difficult than it seemed. It required facing pain without the shield of anger. It demanded understanding when none had been offered. Orin looked at his friends, and for a moment he considered asking one of them to face it. But something in the way the statue watched him, and the way the scroll's glow pulsed to his heartbeat, told him it was his trial alone. He stepped toward the archway. Marla touched his arm, offering neither warning nor farewell, but silent strength. Tom gave a curt nod, his usual grin softened into something almost solemn. Then the passage swallowed Orin whole. The chamber he entered was unlike the others in its stillness. The walls were gray and simple, and there were no enchantments upon the floor, no flames hovering in the air. There was only a wooden bench against one wall, a single lamp flickering dimly overhead, and a figure seated upon the bench. At first, Orin didn't recognize him. He was older now, thinner, his robes too large for his frame, but the curve of his shoulders, the shape of his jaw, it was Nolan Edgecombe. Orin hadn't seen him since the end of 2nd year. They had once been the closest of friends, inseparable in the way children often are before pride or silence grows between them. But that friendship had been fractured the day Orin had broken Nolan's wand and failed to admit it. He had meant to. Every day for a week he had rehearsed the apology, the explanation, but each day the moment had passed and the silence had widened. In the end, it had been Nolan who had walked away. Now he sat before him, silent and still. He did not look up as Orin entered. A voice echoed gently in the room, female this time, wise and quiet as if spoken from behind a veil. The cost of harm is never paid in full. Forgiveness is not forgetting. It is releasing the chain that binds both wounder and wounded. Orin stepped forward, "I did it," he said at once, his voice rough with guilt long buried. "I broke your wand. I thought I could fix it before you noticed. I didn't mean for it to get so bad, but I was scared. I didn't say anything and I lost you because of it." Still, Nolan said nothing. I thought if I left it alone it would pass. But I never stopped thinking about it. About how I should have told the truth. About how you looked at me that last day like I was a stranger. The lamp flickered. The figure raised his head. His eyes were sad, not angry, not sharp, just tired. Like someone who had carried something heavy for too long. "I knew it was you," Nolan said softly. "I just wanted you to say it." They looked at one another across the dim room, two boys made older by silence. "I'm sorry," Oren said again, not as a plea, but as an offering. Nolan's gaze didn't waver. Then, slowly, he nodded. "I forgive you." The lamp flared brightly. The room dissolved. When Oren returned, he said nothing at first. He merely placed the scroll upon the floor beside the forgiveness sigil, which now glowed with the same golden light he had seen in the trial. Marla watched him carefully. "Was it hard?" "Yes," Oren replied, "but not for the reason I thought." 3 sigils remained now, and the chamber groaned with the strain of magic pressing against its walls. The badger at Helga's feet now paced in place, its bronze paws scraping the stone. The cracks in the ceiling had widened, and through one of them now fell a single drop of water, not from rain, but from the condensation of deep magic, seeping like sweat from a fevered brow. The next sigil blazed to life in silver and ice-dew trust. Tom laughed, short and bitter. "Ah, now that's a dangerous one." Marla raised an eyebrow. "You mean for you, or for the person who's going to have to trust you?" "Both." She crossed her arms. "Then it has to be me." Before they could argue further, she had already crossed the threshold and vanished from view. The passage led not to a trial of solitude, but into a vast forest clearing, beneath a night sky lit with 1,000 stars. In the center stood a great white stag, and beside it, a blindfold. A new voice filled the air, younger than the others, but just as clear. Trust is not obedience. Trust is falling when there may be no one to catch you. Will you wear the blindfold? Marla stepped forward. She reached for the blindfold and tied it across her eyes. At once, the world vanished. There was no sky, no forest, no ground. Only sound, the rustle of grass, the crackle of movement, the sudden whisper of hooves. A path stretched before her, invisible, marked only by distant bells that chimed when she walked in the right direction. But if she veered too far, silence met her, and behind the silence something breathed. She walked slowly, hands outstretched, following the sounds she could not see. There was no spell to guide her, no magic to correct her course, only instinct and faith. Once she stumbled. Once she nearly turned back. But she remembered Tham's voice, Oren's steady calm, the feeling of their presence at her back. She stepped forward one last time, and the bells sang. The blindfold fell away. The sigil of trust lit in the chamber beyond. Marla emerged, breathing hard but smiling faintly. "It's easier to trust when you're not alone," she said simply. Oren looked at the remaining sigils. Only 2 were left. Above them, the ceiling let out a loud groaning crack. A single piece of stone fell and shattered on the floor. The vault was waking, and what stirred beneath it had waited far too long. The chamber no longer felt like a place untouched by time. The air had grown thick with a pressure that pressed behind their eyes and ears, and every sound, whether it was the quiet shift of a boot upon stone or the rustle of a sleeve, seemed louder than it should have been. The 8 completed sigils glowed steadily along the curved wall, while the 9th, newly awakened, still pulsed faintly as if catching its breath. Only 2 remained now, and their colors were unlike any the trio had seen before. The penultimate sigil flickered in a deep, living crimson. Neither fire nor blood, but something closer to the color of embers under ash. The word beside it, though simple, carried the gravity of ancient magic. Endurance. For a long while none of them spoke. Then Tom, uncharacteristically quiet, gave a short nod and took a step forward. "I've got this one," he said. "I've failed enough detentions to know how to take a beating." Marla didn't argue, but her gaze followed him until he vanished into the dark archway. The corridor that met Tom was colder than the ones before, not with winter's bite, but with the chill of something utterly still. There were no torches here, no sounds of shifting air or magical whispers, only a single stone path leading forward, flanked on both sides by blackened trees with no leaves, their branches sharp and bare. The path seemed straightforward at first. He walked without fear, whistling softly to himself to break the silence, though the tune never echoed back. But then the trees began to close in, and the ground shifted underfoot, softening from stone to something that clung to his boots like tar. The whisper came not as a voice but as a presence, pressing thoughts into his mind that were not his own. "You are not strong enough. You make light of hardship because you fear it. You joke so you don't have to feel." He gritted his teeth and pushed on. Each step grew heavier. The trees whispered now, not words but memories, sharp flashes of shame, embarrassment, and failure. Falling off his broom in first year and being laughed at, freezing during a duel and hearing someone whisper, "Useless." Moments he had buried under charm and mischief returned now, not as punishment, but as weight. The path narrowed until he was forced to crawl. Thorns tore at his robes. Sweat froze on his brow. But he did not stop. Pain was part of it. That much he understood now. Endurance wasn't about withstanding a single blow. It was about staying the course when no one saw you struggle, when there was no praise, no glory, just the quiet insistence that you keep going. At the final bend, the path rose sharply, and he climbed on all fours. At the top, he found a door, a simple one, wood and brass, marked with a single rune. He pushed it open and stepped into the light. The chamber received him without sound. Oren and Marla were waiting, eyes wide as they saw the state of him. Robes torn, face smeared with grime, hands scraped raw. He gave them a crooked grin. "Still here." The sigil for endurance burned bright. The scroll, now nearly filled, gave a single final shudder. The last sigil flared, It was not a color found in the natural world, but a strange iridescence that shimmered between blue, silver, and violet. The word beneath it was simple, yet held more meaning than any before. Hope. The breath caught in Oren's throat. The archway opened not with a groan, but with a sigh, like the last exhale of someone who had waited for centuries to be seen. A faint breeze stirred his cloak as he stepped forward. "I'll finish it," he said. I think it's meant for me." The path beyond was unlike the others. It was a bridge, not suspended over water, but over memory. Below the shimmering glass surface flowed visions from Oren's own life, his first night at Hogwarts, huddled under the covers with wide eyes and a thudding heart. His mother humming while she stirred a cauldron of stew. The sparkle in Professor Sprout's eyes the day she praised his potting technique, and scattered between them were darker moments. Lonely days, misunderstood thoughts, quiet doubts. But he kept walking. The bridge curved gently until it led to a small garden, ringed by golden trees. In the center sat a woman on a stone bench. Her robes were simple, earth-toned, and her hair was gathered in a loose braid streaked with gray and gold. Though her features were unfamiliar, Oren knew her at once. Helga Hufflepuff. She looked up as he approached and smiled. "You've come far," she said. "You have been tested in heart, mind, and spirit. What do you seek, child of my line?" "I want to know what lies beneath," Oren answered. "I want to know what this vault holds and why it calls to me." Helga's expression grew gentle, but her voice did not lose its strength. Many believed that I, unlike the others, left no legacy beyond the house. But I placed mine in the soil, in patience, in kindness, in steadfastness. This vault does not hold riches, nor weapons, nor forbidden knowledge. It holds remembrance, a magic old and true, meant not to command but to heal. It cannot be claimed by blood alone, only by hope. Do you still carry it even now? Oren looked around. He thought of the trials, of fear, of pain, of letting go, of standing back up, of being not chosen, but choosing. "I do," he said. The garden shimmered. Helga reached forward, touching her hand to his brow. "Then you are ready." The final sigil ignited in the chamber above. Light burst from the walls in radiant waves. The ground shook. The dome cracked wide open. And from beneath the floor, the true vault revealed itself at last. Its ancient door rising on a column of light, carved not with warnings, but with names. Names of every student who had ever called themselves Hufflepuff. The breath of the castle shifted, and something sacred, long hidden, was about to return. The floor of the chamber trembled beneath their feet, as stone receded and ancient mechanisms, long dormant, stirred to life. The circular space where the 12 sigils glowed now began to sink, lowering inch by inch, as though the castle itself bowed before the unlocking of its oldest secret. Light poured through the great fissure in the ceiling above, not sunlight, but a purer radiance, silver gold and soft, as if the very memory of magic had found a voice at last. Oren, Marla, and Thom stood shoulder to shoulder as the statue of Helga Hufflepuff gave its final shift, rising from its pedestal and descending with them. her bronze robes flowing as though stirred by an invisible wind. As they passed into the true vault, the hum of enchantment deepened. They were no longer merely in the depths of the castle, but in a place apart from it. Beneath it, yes, but outside the usual threads of time and place. Here the air shimmered with ancient spells, and the walls were etched with stories, not of battles or crowns, but of names, thousands upon thousands of names, some glowing faintly, others dim and near forgotten, stretched in curling spirals along every surface, and in the center of it all stood a pedestal, carved of deep golden stone, shaped like a flowering root, from which a single light pulsed in rhythm with their breaths. "What is this place?" Marla whispered, though her voice felt swallowed by the hush, as though the chamber itself listened. "It's not a vault of treasure," said Orin quietly. "It's a vault of memory." They stepped forward. As Orin approached the pedestal, the light brightened and swirled, forming images in the air above it, moving portraits like those that adorned the halls above, but these did not shout or whisper or shift from frame to frame. They watched him in silence, solemn and expectant. Among them he saw Helga again, standing as she had in the trial, her face aglow with warmth. "This is the heart," she said, her voice echoing, not from her lips, but from the walls, the floor, the light itself. "This is what I left behind. Not power, not protection, but memory. A record of all those who walked this path with dignity, with gentleness, with fierce, quiet strength. This place holds not just the past, it holds the future." The roots of the pedestal pulsed once, and golden threads extended outward from it, each thread connecting to a name upon the walls. Orin felt something rise in his chest, not fear, not even wonder, but belonging. Here was the legacy he had never known he carried, not one forged by blood or sealed by prophecy, but by choice. One day after another, each moment of kindness, loyalty, patience, and hope added like drops of water into an unseen cup. Here, the truest magic was not that of duels or darkness, but of endurance, of compassion, of steady, stubborn belief that goodness mattered. The chamber pulsed again. The spell was reaching its end. The final enchantment that had sealed the vault for so many centuries was unraveling. Suddenly, from behind them, a new sound echoed, harsh, scraping, unnatural. They turned in unison. From the shadows at the edge of the chamber stepped a figure unlike any they had expected. Cloaked in black cloth torn by time and bound by chains that glimmered with cursed runes, it stood tall and gaunt, its face hidden beneath a hood. But its presence was heavy, as if it dragged behind it the weight of 1,000 broken oaths. Thumb raised his wand immediately. "What is that?" Helga's voice, now fainter, answered. "The warden. The guardian set by the founders, not by my will, but by the binding of the school itself. It has endured long beyond its purpose. It does not understand that the trials are complete." The warden raised its head. 2 points of dim silver light flickered where its eyes should have been. It stepped forward, and the walls behind it cracked with the strain of its presence. "Prove you're right," it said in a voice like grinding stone, "or be cast out." Orin stepped before it. "I already have," he said. "I've faced every trial. I've spoken truth, walked blind, endured pain, and let go of the things I feared to lose. I don't come here for power. I come for remembrance. The warden raised a hand. Shadows coiled from its fingers. You are untested. A beam of shadow burst forth. But Marla was faster. Her wand flicked through the air and a shimmering shield flared between them. The spell struck it and broke apart, crackling against the stone. Tom shouted something wordless and unleashed a barrage of light, forcing the warden to stagger back. For a moment it looked as though they might hold it, but the guardian was born of the same ancient enchantments that shaped the castle itself, and no student wand could hold it for long. "Orin," Marla cried, straining to hold the barrier. "You have to finish the spell. The vault is open. End it." Orin turned back to the pedestal. The scroll in his hands glowed fiercely now, too bright to hold. He laid it upon the stone. "Let it be known," he said, his voice rising above the storm behind him, "that I come not as conqueror, nor heir, nor chosen child. I come as one of many. I come in service of memory." The pedestal flared. The light spread across the floor in golden veins, touching each name, each wall, each forgotten moment recorded in this place. The warden paused, frozen in place as the light reached its feet. It looked down, not in fear, but in something like awe. The chains binding it began to unravel. Helga's voice whispered one last time, "You have restored what was meant to be kept, not guarded, not hoarded, but shared. You have awakened the soul of our house." The warden faded, dissolving into ash that drifted upward into the light. Silence returned. The vault, now fully awakened, stood still once more, but nothing within it was as it had been before. For a long while, none of them moved. The golden light that had surged through the chamber now ebbed, like the tide after a storm, leaving in its place a stillness that was not empty but full of presence, of echoes, of something sacred and vast. The pedestal no longer pulsed, but remained warm beneath Orin's fingers. The scroll had vanished, absorbed into the heart of the vault, its purpose complete. Around them, the names etched in stone continued to shimmer faintly, no longer dormant but alive, each one burning with the quiet light of recognition. The vault was open, and it had accepted them. Orin turned from the pedestal. Tom sat on the lower step of the dais, head resting in his hands, robes torn and singed, but his face stretched into a tired grin. Marla stood behind him, wand lowered, her breath coming slowly, like someone who had run a great distance and was only just beginning to believe she had arrived. "So," Tom said after a long moment, his voice hoarse, "we didn't die, no." Orin said, his voice soft, "We didn't." Marla stepped forward, her eyes scanning the walls, the names, the remnants of the magic they had released. "Is this what she meant for us to find?" she asked. "This chamber? These memories? Is this Helga Hufflepuff's great legacy?" "I think it's more than a legacy," Orin replied. "It's a promise that what we are, what we choose to be, matters, that kindness and loyalty and truth aren't just words, but magic, a kind of magic older than curses or enchantments, a magic that remembers." He looked at the statue of Helga one last time. It no longer moved, no longer shimmered, but something in its face had changed. The solemn dignity remained, but the eyes, though still of bronze, seemed brighter, as though they had looked upon the vault and found peace. Above them the chamber trembled once more, but this time the vibration was gentle, like the last notes of a lullaby echoing through the stone. The cracked dome sealed itself with a series of slow clicks, the dust settling like golden snow. A stairway rose at the edge of the chamber, smooth and new, as though carved just that moment for their return. They ascended without a word. When they stepped into the Hufflepuff common room once more, the fire had returned to its usual cheer. The ceiling vines danced softly, and the portraits dozed in their frames. It was as though no time had passed at all, yet something in the air had shifted. The hearth seemed warmer, the flagstones beneath their feet gentler. Even the portrait of Helga upon the wall bore a new expression, not quite a smile, but something near it, a quiet approval. The next morning, no announcements were made. No fanfare greeted them in the great hall. The school ticked on as it always had, lessons taught, brooms flown, books checked out of the library. But everywhere Orin looked, he saw the smallest changes. A first year who had been crying quietly in the courtyard was now surrounded by classmates offering help. A Slytherin prefect stood up for a Ravenclaw during a minor dispute in potions. Even Peeves, for once, seemed to drift through the corridors without quite so much malice in his mischief. At breakfast, Orin sat beside Tom and Marla as they shared slices of toast and quietly agreed that, for now, they would tell no one. Not the full story. Some truths were meant to be kept, not out of pride, but out of reverence. Later that week, Professor Sprout called Orin into her office. She didn't ask questions. She didn't mention the scroll or the trapdoor or the echo of ancient magic that still lingered faintly on his robes. She only looked at him with eyes that had seen many years pass and many secrets kept, and said, "Whatever it was, you did well." He didn't ask how she knew. He only nodded. Years would pass. Other students would come. The scroll would remain hidden, its task fulfilled, the chamber below now sealed once more, not by spell or force, but by purpose completed. Yet in every corner of Hufflepuff House the change endured, a warmth at the hearth, a murmur in the walls, a soft pulse beneath the floorboards, like a heartbeat not of flesh, but of stone and memory. And sometimes, when the castle was quiet and the wind moved just right, a student alone at night might hear a voice whisper, not to frighten, not to beckon, but to remember. For Hogwarts is not only towers and turrets, not only house points and spells. It is the memory of those who walked its halls with quiet strength, and among them, at last remembered, stands the son of Helga, not by blood alone, but by the legacy of his choices.